Just a quick reminder, we are using back tags today, so make sure you have your back tags. Folks, it's 7:59, but let's go ahead and get started. I'd like to welcome you here to the 2025 Kentucky State Fair Market Hog Show. These exhibitors all across from the state are exhibiting the best of the best here in Louisville this week. We'd like to recognize some individuals that are with us. First off, our judge who's in the ring, Mr. Nathan Ray. Nathan's from Osco, Illinois. He's a former tenured professor of animal science. He coached both junior and senior collegiate livestock judging teams. His own competitive success includes being a two-time high individual at the National Bear Show and a two-time All-American livestock judge. Nathan earned his associate's degree from Black Hawk East, his bachelor's from Texas A&M, and his master's from Angelo State University. Alongside his wife Libby and children Olivia, Isabella, Brianna, Tatum, and Hank, he operates Ray Farms, managing a diverse operation of cattle and hogs. Folks, put your hands together for our judge today, Mr. Nathan Ray. Let's bring Class 2 Berkshires. Class 2 Berkshires, make your way to the makeup ring.
Great way to start off the show, and good morning to Kentucky here. It's a pleasure to be back in the ring to evaluate the Market Hog show today. And again, there's no better way to kick it off than two absolute studs out here to start the show. And different in what they offer, and to get close, if you can really step into the hogs, they've got some differences. For me, there's one that still wins, and that's the young lady right in front of me. I think that hog's extremely powerful. Really stout, lots of muscle. You know, we could maybe just see him hinge a little looser from behind, but that's a heavy duty, big bone stout one that's still got some power. Ideally, I'd like to clean both these barrels up just a little bit in their composition, but in a perfect world, but still, this hog is so good in so many ways. The bulk, the power, the stoutness, relatively mobile for a hog that stout as well. I don't think really structures an improvement in the barrel in second. I think he might be longer striding, particularly on his front end. Relative to the barrel that starts the class, he gets a little set out in his hock. He's not nearly as heavy structured. He too is just a little bit there on the chubby side comparatively to the rest of the class. But those top two barrels are far and away the really high quality ones in this particular drive. The one in third, a young man told me, said, "Hey, you got a really good hog here. The problem is there's two real high caliber hogs there in first and second. This hog's just not quite as high quality through his front end. He's not quite as just good up through his head and neck, but I think that barrel's got some power and some stoutness and shape. Maybe not quite as good in just his composition down low through his sheath there. But again, I think that barrel's got a lot of nice things about him. The young lady that comes out next in fourth is one that has a lean made, level design kind of a hog that's really shapely. Cutability certainly going to be in her favor within the top four, but this gilt just doesn't have quite as much to her. She's the harshest in her body. She's the flattest in her forerib, and simply just has to be fresher to run with those hogs ahead of her. A big scale, long-bodied barrel that comes next is one I do like. He's a long-bodied kind of a hog that gets out and travels fairly well from behind. I like to open him up through his chest floor, gets a little bit over there in his knee as well. But again, just in terms of length of hip and having some neat pieces, that barrel's got a lot. Young lady is a hog here that rounds the class out again. Talk to her a little bit about her hog. That's lots of shape and lots of power. Just doesn't have the bone work to match that one. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause to start the show.
Thank you, Judge. Placings in our first class of Berkshire Market Hogs. First and First Kentucky's Jordan Gosney. Second, Bristol Hopkins. Third, Daniel Laurent. Fourth, Marissa Maple. Fifth, Jefferson Oldfield. And sixth and Second Kentucky, McKinley Mulholland. Congratulations. Looking for 4 entries in class number 2. These hogs will weigh between 245 and 260 pounds. We need class 3. Class 3 Berkshires. Make your way to the makeup ring. Class 3. Following that class, we'll be selecting your champion, reserve, and third overall Berkshire Market Hogs. As our judge is evaluating, we'd like to recognize two other entities that were with us. Mr. Jaden Papul pointed out to me you want to make sure to see any of your precious moments. Next Level Imaging is here. They're taking pictures in the ring to capture all those moments of your child or one of your friends here in the show ring, so be sure to be on the lookout for that. And then ringsidelive.co is here. You can go onto their website or go to the YouTube channel and live stream the show, send it to a loved one who maybe couldn't make it to the state fair. Or we'd like to thank both of those groups for being here with us this week.
Again, just blown away at the quality of the start of the show this morning, and two real high quality hogs that kick off this class. The kind of painted up barrow is going to start the class, and I think he does so very, very handily. You know, apart from him being just a little bit narrow up front, I still think he's the right kind of balance and build. Proportionality is really good. His length of stride and mobility certainly solidifies his place to start this class. I think that's a really high quality barrow to go ahead and start. And second's a gilt that's got a little more lean shape down her top and really a high-headed, cool look up front. With that, gets a little bit straighter in her shoulder, doesn't quite stride out as well from behind, and maybe doesn't have quite the bone work. But again, that's a really high quality one to be in second. And third's a barrel that has an awesome look up through his blade and his head and neck. Balance and proportionality is very, very good. I would like to see him a little bit more shapely there, see him have a little bit more just rib cage, and not quite as fresh as those hogs ahead of him. But again, that's an awfully good, heavy, structured Berkshire barrow to be in third. A young man here comes out in fourth. Got a really nice project, big, shapely kind of hog, lots of mass in turn, probably naturally the heaviest muscled hog in the class, especially over his 10th. Hog that really has a great just power and shape to him, lots of muscle. Not quite as heavy structured, not quite as heavy duty as those hogs, but let's give those folks a nice round of applause.
And placings in class number 2. First was Aaliyah Hardesty. Second in First Kentucky was Court Flock. Third, Tanner Eisen. And fourth, Sarah Barron. Congratulations. Looking for 8 entries in Class 3, Judge. These hogs weigh between 267 and 285 pounds. Following this class, we'll select your top 3 Berkshire Market hogs. This will be the first call for Class 1 Chesters. First call, Class 1 Chesters. If you have a scratch, please make sure you go tell the people in the makeup ring. If you have a scratch today, please make sure you tell the people in the makeup ring.
sometimes these classes we're going to pack more power and punch in them, and they're not going to be quite as sound as some of the ones down the line, and that's okay because they got more muscle, more power, and just more shape and spread. That will restrict their skeletons ever so slightly. I think structure is honestly a wash within this pair. I think these hogs have lots of similarities, but also at the same time have lots of differences. There's one that's got more punch when he comes to the ground. There's one that's got more punch when he goes away, and that's a young lady on the far side. She's going to win this class. In seconds, one I really like just in terms of skin and hair and presentation. I love that barrow's shape right out of his shoulder, his length of body, proportions. You step in behind him, he's really got a nice shape to his hip. Just for me, not quite as mobile as some, not quite as fluid there at the ground. The biggest thing compared to that barrow that wins the class, he's not nearly as opened up to the base of his chest floor. In third's a hog I really like in terms of shape and power and bone. Just not quite as much flexibility there as some on his front end. He's not quite as high quality up through his front end. I'd really just like to pull his shoulder back and set it in him, see him hinge a little bit stouter there as he goes directly away. But again, I like that barrow. It just gets a little bit outside himself as well. The barrow that comes next is one that has some unique things about him, and honestly, from the side and flexibility-wise, he's probably as good as anything. But at the same time, he's the most fragile at the ground. He's the narrowest base of the top four, and simply just doesn't have as much width or power as those hogs at the top of the class. The barrow here in fifth, again, I like this barrow's shape and overall just stoutness. Doesn't have quite as much bone or flexibility to him compared to those hogs ahead of him. Again, carcass merit-wise, good shape, good power. Just need to see him more mobile, see him with a shot more structure. Let's give a nice round of applause to these kids. An outstanding Berkshire show.
And placings in class number 3. First was Mally Sipes. Second and first Kentucky's Lila Mann. Third and second Kentucky's Chance Hager. Fourth, Evan Cotton. Fifth, Landon Hack. Sixth, Maylee Propes. Seventh, Reed Robinette. Eighth, Reed Robinette. Congratulations. We're now selecting your champion reserve and third overall Berkshire Market Hogs. In contention from class number 1, Jordan Gosney. From class number 2, Aaliyah Hardesty. And from class 3, Mally Sipes.
Yeah, great Berkshire show this morning to kick off the show with, and honestly, lots of discussion points here just from the lightweight. Being kind of a stout, opened up one that has some power and shape. Maybe just not quite as mobile as some out here, but again, packing on a lot of power for a hog that size. Got the middleweight here that's just awfully fault-free and flexible. I think that barrow is really good in the way he's put together. Nice look up through his front end. Certainly like to open him up through his chest and just see him have a little bit more natural shape and spread, but a really high-quality barrow from the profile. It's heavy structured and very sound and flexible. The heavyweight's one I think's truly powerful and sound, and you draw the line and say, hey, is he sound enough out here within this population? That's the only question I really have on him. A hog that's got lots of power, lots of shape. Just like to see him a little longer in his stride. I'm going to take a minute here and go get a champion in reserve.
And your champion Berkshire Market Hog comes from class number 3, Mally Sipes. Congratulations. That'll bring in Lila Mann, second place in contention for reserve.
I really like that second. He drops in, and honestly, just like to see him a little sounder off either end of his skeleton. I don't think he's quite as maybe opened up as another one out here, and still I think mobility is going to favor another. It gets close for reserve, but I still like the extra balance, the eye appeal, the flexibility and reach. You know, just see this barrel a little more opened up, a little more shape, and he becomes lights out good. Young lady right here's got reserve.
And reserve comes from class number 2, Aaliyah Hardesty. Congratulations. That'll bring in Court Flock, second place in contention for third overall.
There's a lot of discussion out here, and you can go a few different ways. But again, squareness of build, power, and mobility is really hard to get into one animal. So you kind of weigh your totals here, and still, I think there's one that has some unique things about it. It's a cleaner made one that has some leanness and shape. I think down low, she's probably the best just in terms of squareness. Like the shape. We'll just like to see this one a little longer striding. I still think she's one of the sounder ones out here. I think her overall quality puts her in position to be third overall. Young man right here's got third.
And third overall, Berkshire Market Hog. And your champion, Kentucky Proud, is entry number 10 from class number 2, Court Flock. Congratulations.
It gets pretty close out here for reserve Kentucky bred. And again, there's some give and take. One barrel's made it to a pretty heavy weight and still relatively sound on both ends. Could be loosened up just a little bit. A barrel here for the lightweight's got a little bit more on him than I like, but still has some things about him I think is really hard to get. Those hogs kind of go back and forth for me. I think there's just a little bit extra punch, a little bit more shape, and still has a little more width and squareness going away. Young lady right here's got reserve Kentucky bred.
And your reserve, Kentucky Proud Market Hog, Berkshire Market Hog, comes from class number 3, entry 24, Lila Mann. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for all of our Berkshire Market Hog exhibitors. Entering the ring now is Class 1 Chesters. For Class 1 Chesters looking for 4 entries that weigh between 222 and 242 pounds. We need Class 2 Chesters. Class 2 Chesters, make your way to the makeup ring.
to kick off the second breed here in the Chesters. Just an absolute stud to start, and no doubt about it. That bear just has the most to him in terms of flexibility and reach, and yet you step in behind him, he's as impressive as any. His bone and muscle ratio is nearly ideal and still has a great look ahead of his shoulder. Honestly, it's like beating a dead horse out here just talking about how good he is. He just wins, and he wins for fun. The young lady here in second's got an absolutely massive animal from his shoulder back. I love that bear's true shape, natural muscle, and he's probably as stout as any. When you get up on top of that hog, he's truly impressive. Not quite as set back in his shoulder, not quite as mobile or as heavy structured as that class winner, but I think that one's a very good barrow as well. Young lady's got a really nice barrow here in third. I think that one's got tremendous shape and muscle as well. He's probably a notch more opened up than the barrow in third, and probably even more sound or flexible on his front end, maybe even longer striding from behind. But with that, he's not quite as balanced. He's not quite as true there as he goes right to the ground from behind. The barrow that comes next is one I do like just in terms of head presentation. He got a nice set of ears on him too, a nice look up through his front. Young man's got a relatively sound, flexible spine barrow there. Just needs more muscle and shape to move up any higher.
Jack Shepherd, your class is going into the ring. Jack Shepherd, your class is going into the ring. Placings in Class 1, Chesters. First was Josie Hopper. Second and first Kentucky, Savannah Moore. Third, Kennedy Evans. And fourth and second Kentucky, Zane Eisen. Congratulations. Looking for 6 entries in Class 2, Judge. These hogs will weigh between 250 and 285 pounds. Following this class, we'll be selecting your champion, reserve, and third overall Chester Market Hogs. To all of our breed champions, reserves, and thirds who end up receiving an envelope for the championship drive, they need you to fill that information out as quickly as possible. So if you receive an envelope for the championship drive, please fill out all of that information as quickly as possible and get that submitted.
Really interesting class here, and certainly some give and take. But the one I think wins so, and he does so very handily. He's an absolutely square-built skeleton kind of an animal. A great look and shoulder and flexibility compared to the other two here. I think this barrow is so good in so many ways. You step in behind him, he is literally square from the top of his blade all the way back to his hip. Check him down at the ground. That hog is perfectly square all the way down. Really high quality barrow to start this class. In second and third are without a doubt power hogs within the class, and honestly, you could flip that pair if you wanted to. I think this barrow's got really good shape right here behind his shoulder. He's truly square from behind as well, heavy structured. I think he's a shot later in the skeletal maturity compared to this barrow, and honestly, at times it was really hard to get a look at the barrow in third. The young man was on the wrong side of the hog, and it just kind of gave me a hard look there. I don't think that barrow in third goes as good. I don't think the barrow in second is quite as good up through his shoulder set as the class winner. That's a really good pair. You could talk him either way. This barrow got too tight for me. He's a little quick in his skeletal maturity as well. I do love his stoutness and his power. Just a really good set of hogs here in the top end. And fourth is again, a very good barrow, high quality, just skin and hair is very, very good. Young lady did a great job presenting this hog. For me, he gets a little bit forward in the shoulder. He don't want to move quite as well out here. Again, lots of power and shape. He's the most straight there in his hock and hyperextended in the way he goes to the ground. I'd like to see him just have more flex and reach on both ends of his skeleton. Kind of a neat barrow here, without a doubt, the heavy structured barrow within the class. But with that, he's just simply too past his prime for me. He's not fresh enough in his overall look. I love that barrow's flexibility and reach, and got a really high quality balanced build to him. Just needs more muscle, more shape, more natural fleshing ability compared to those barrows ahead of him.
And placings in Class 2, Chester's first in First Kentucky was Allie Arnold. Second was Bristol Hopkins. Third, Hayden Atcher. Fourth, Eliza Grace Atcher. And fifth, Ava Jackson. Congratulations. We're now selecting your top 3 Chester Market Hogs from Class number 1, Josie Hopper, and Class 2, Allie Arnold. We need that first class of Durocs. Class 1 Durocs. Make your way to the makeup ring. Class 1 Durocs.
If you will, let's put our hands together for an outstanding set of Chesters out here, and certainly some give and take within the pair. And you know, there's a barrel that puts a lot of good things together, and there's another one that's more extreme on both ends, and maybe not quite as mobile as he was in class. But there's one that's an athlete and still built like one, that has market hog shape and fundamentals. You know, he's stout enough when you step in behind him. He's really square. And another one, like I talked about, really heavy structured. Not quite moving as good out here as he was initially, but I still think it's a very good pair. Young lady in the red's got champion.
And your champion Chester Market Hog comes from Class number 2, Allie Arnold. She'll also be your champion Kentucky Proud Chester Market Hog. That will drop in Bristol Hopkins second place in contention for reserve.
that second place drops in again. He's built as stout as any, good shape, good power up top. Maybe not as clean as joints as the other two out here, but again, I like a lot of things about him. I think the other barrel from the lighter weight division's got real natural shape. The heaviest structured barrel we've probably seen within the drive here. I think a lot of things fit together. Just got a little bit tighter out here. I still think he's got the most quality to him. Young lady in the black's going to have reserve.
And your reserve Chester comes from class number 1, entry 42, Josie Hopper. Congratulations, Josie. That'll bring in Savannah Moore's second place in contention for third overall.
Again, two really powerful, heavy muscled hogs out here. Nice second place barrow as well. Lots of shape and power. Young lady here in front of me is going to have third overall. Tremendous barrow in terms of shape of power.
And third overall comes from class number 2, entry 41, Bristol Hopkins. Congratulations. We will now be showing. I apologize. That will automatically make your reserve champion Kentucky proud. From class number 1, entry 46, Savannah Moore. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for all of our Chester Market Hog exhibitors. Entering the ring is Class 1 Durocs. These hogs weigh between 220 and 239 pounds. We need Class number 2. Class 2 Durocs. Make your way to the makeup ring.
Very high quality, top pair of Durocs to start off the show. And there's honestly some give and take, and you could probably flip them if you wanted to. For me, I think there's one that just kind of gathers herself in her top line a little bit better. She's more in terms of idealness and length of body and proportions, and that's the young lady gilt. Our young lady's gilt that's going to start. I like a lot of things about that gilt, her power, her shape, and still having a relatively square hind leg, and yet flexibility and reach is really good. I think she's really stout right behind her blade. I think she's got a shot more forerib than the gilt that's going to be in second. The gilt in second maybe just like to set her back in her shoulder a little bit. It doesn't hinder her movement. If she is a long striding gilt, I just think she gets a little more jammed up in her head there and her shoulder placement, not quite as bulky there right in her forerib, and the way her shoulder sits in her rib is not quite as ideal as a gilt there that starts the class. But again, two high quality gilts to start this class. A really stout made wide one that comes next. The base of his chest is probably as wide as any. You step in right into that hog. He's got a big old cage on him. I don't think that barrel is quite as stout at the ground. I don't think he's quite as secure in his hip hock and hind leg placement, but I think that barrel's got a lot of good things about him. Young lady's got a real heavy-duty stout one that comes next, and big-bodied, bold-sprung, lots of muscle. I'd like to just see him sound her off both ends of his skeleton to rival those hogs ahead of him. Young lady's got a really stout, heavy muscled hog, just not quite as mobile as the hogs around it. That hog's got the most shape, most muscle, just simply has to be sounder to get up any higher. The young man's got a real athletically built hog here, but at the same time gets too harsh in her forerib and flank there, but a nice gilt just in terms of some things about her. Big stout tail root, real pretty head on her. Just like to see her have more body and bulk to get up any higher.
Placings in Class 1 Durocs. First Kentucky is Kendall White. Second Kentucky's Kaiser Sutton. Third Mitchell Webster. Fourth Ava Jackson. Fifth Sophie Franklin. Sixth Jefferson Oldfield. Congratulations. Looking for 4 entries in Class 2, Judge. These hogs weigh between 247 and 260 pounds. We need Class 3 Durocs. Class 3, make your way to the makeup ring.
to lead off this class. A young lady does so, in my opinion, pretty handily. I think that one's really got. Young lady's got a really nice proportion barrel here, lots of shape, lots of power and bulk. Compared to the barrel that's going to be in second, just more natural everything. The barrel here in second is a longer striding hog that's really flexible in his groundwork, good shape up top, not quite as much bulk or power to him compared to that hog that starts the class. The hog that's going to be in third, the young man hog coming off the scale here, really powerful kind of hog, just simply has to be sounder to move up any higher.
Placings in Class 2 Durocs. First was Mackenzie Dunhoft. Second, Hayden Atcher. Third and first, Kentucky's Oliver Gripsover. Fourth was Preston Zenner. Congratulations. Looking for, looks like 7 entries in Class number 3. Judge, these hogs will weigh between 263 and 273 pounds. We need Class 4. Class 4. Make your way to the makeup ring. Class 4.
Really good class of red ones here. Young lady starts and does so very handily for me. Stoutness of foundation, overall build and mobility, and certainly just one that has a high quality look. Step in behind him, muscle to bone ratio is really, really good. Just stout enough as he goes away, big legs, and still everything kind of fits. And second, third is probably discussion in the class, and certainly this barrel is more shapely up top. He's set further back in his shoulder, and he honestly strides better from behind. Compared to the one that starts the class, he's not as flexible down low, he's not as loose in his overall skeleton, and there's no doubt about it, he's not as heavy structured. The barrel here in third is one I do like a great deal. Opened up through his chest, good shape up top, but when the boy asks him here to go, he just doesn't want to go quite as well. He gets most hesitant in his step. He's the most unrelaxed in his ankle there, and that barrel just doesn't want to get out and travel as good as those top two. The barrel that comes next, again, is powerful and as wide as any. With that, gets quick in his skeletal maturity, and I see that through his head, neck, and pastern there. That barrel just not quite as mobile. Lots of shape, lots of power, just not quite as sound. Again, young man's got a really good hog here just in terms of power, shape, and muscle. And again, Durocs are known for lots of muscle and grow, and these hogs have it. Simply has to be more mobile to get up any higher.
And placings in class number 3, Durocs. First in First Kentucky was Brooke Montgomery. Second was Madeline Strain. Third and second, Kentucky's Nash Wonderlick. Fourth, Case Compton. Fifth, Mitchell Webster. Sixth, Jordan Gosney. And seventh, Marley Toll. Congratulations. Looking for 12 entries in class number 4, Judge. These hogs weigh between 274 and 283 pounds.
Really good top trio of barrows here, and honestly, 2 and 3 could be talked about and discussed, and there's things on 2 I like to correct, but a lot of good things about that barrow as well. Young lady that starts the class does so very logically. From the brim of his nose to the root of his tail and down, that's the stoutest hog in the class in terms of muscle shape, rib cage, and capacity, and still looks like a show barrow. Honestly, he just wins for fun. In second and third, they differ in what they offer, and honestly, I'd like to see this barrow's hock a little bit more secure. He is a little bit straighter there, but he is the highest quality or second highest quality barrow in the class. He's just sound enough. He's square. Everything kind of fits on him, and honestly, he just kind of rises up into second because he's so square in his skeleton. He's probably better in his blade angle than the class winner, and still has a real cool look about him. Young man here in third kind of worked his way up there, really showed off a barrow here and got him stuck how he's supposed to. I think that young man did a great job getting his hog, drove up into third, working hard out here, got a nice balance barrow. He's not quite as good in his skeletal width as he goes away. He gets a little bit outside of himself there as he goes directly away. The hog that comes next in fourth is a big-bodied, bold-sprung kind of a hog that has a lot of just natural thickness to him up top. At the ground, he's not quite as wide. He's not quite as heavy-duty. And then you look at him from the side, he's just not quite as attractive. Really kind of a shapely barrow that comes next. Just like to set him back in his blade to see him have more flex and reach from behind. On down the line here, lots of power and shape. Just need to build him a little better.
And placings in class number 4 Durocs. First was Ava Jackson. Second and first Kentucky's Kenton Johnson. Third and second Kentucky was Daniel Laurent. Fourth, Chance Hager. Fifth, Mackenzie Dunhoff. Sixth, Mitchell Webster. Seventh, Cooper Probst. Eighth, Case Compton. Ninth, Savannah Moore. 10th, Emily Hinton. 11th, Liam Kingery. And 12th, Landon Smith. Congratulations. Looking for 12 entries in Class 5, Judge. These hogs will all weigh 285 pounds. Following Class 5, we will be selecting your top 3 Duroc Market hogs.
outstanding class in here. And the top end is Duroc Drive, and certainly maybe not one to just grab a hold of and love just in terms of what they offer. Third place, really good, really stout and shapely. Just got a little tight, maybe a little more pinch there in the ham loin. And in the top pair, there's some differences. There's a really good maid barrel that's super sound and flexible, but simply needs more shape and turn. A barrel that's really proportioned well, really stout and powerful. You step in behind him, lots of shape and muscle, and everything kind of fits. So those two are pretty close in my opinion. I like to go with the young lady here in the blue to start the class. Just a real heads up, leaner shaped barrel that has more natural shape, more spread and dimension, and yet you get right on top of that barrel. He's truly more impressive right out of the backside of his shoulder. From the side, you really like this guy, and there's no doubt about it. He's got more flex and reach off his front end. He's set further back in his shoulder. He's honestly stronger in his front foot. When I step in behind that hog, he's too plain and flat and genuine in his shape. I do like the extra pin width and powerful leg he has just in terms of bone and foot size. His awesome build. I just have to see more natural turn and spread on that hog comparatively. Got a really shapely one here in third. I like a great deal. And again, from the top side of her shoulder, she's probably as impressive as any. But I think that gill just has to be sounder. I'd like to fill her up through her ham loin and just see her a little bit fresher in her overall look. Again, at times wants to get pretty tight out here, and then you'll catch her moving pretty well every once in a while, but a really stout gill to be in third. And fourth is a bear I like in terms of just squareness of build. I like that two-tone kind of pretty color he has, a really level made kind of a barrel, super sound and flexible. He simply has to be stouter to play with these big dogs out here in the heavyweights. The one that comes next, again, young man did a really good job driving this hog in terms of a balance and profile. From his hip forward is ideal. He comes to you, he's super square. He's stepping behind that barrel. He's the flattest in his loin there, flattest in his hip, and just doesn't have quite as much to him.
Placings in class number 5. First was Ava Jackson. Second, Madeline Strain. Third, Oakley Hopkins. Fourth and first, Kentucky's Mitchell Webster. Fifth and second, Kentucky's Kenton Johnson. Sixth, Addison Arnett. Seventh, Emery Burnett. Eighth, Addison Hinton. Ninth, Daniel Laurent. 10th, Wyatt Stumpf. And 11th, Liam Kingery. Congratulations. We're now selecting your champion reserve and third overall Duroc Market Hogs. From class number 1, we have Kendall White. From class number 2, Mackenzie Dunhoft. From class 3, Brooke Montgomery. From class 4, Ava Jackson. And from class 5, Ava Jackson. This will be the first call for our Hampshires. First call, class 1 Hampshires. Make your way to the makeup ring. Class 1 Hampshires. Do we have a post-it note anywhere? It's not that big of a deal. For these, we need the second and thirds from the Duroc classes. If you are second or third, you need to be in the makeup ring on standby.
If you will, let's put our hands together for an outstanding Duroc show. And, you know, they come, it's kind of a neat breed. They come in so many different sizes and shapes and attitudes, and still you land on 4 or 5 out here that resemble each other quite well, and just how they're put together. Honestly, I try to never put them together like that, just kind of how they surfaced out here, just try to find the best ones within each class, and hopefully we have one that can win. And out here, you know, there's some give and take, just starting from the lightweight here, really shapely. Got a nice look about her. Could maybe just hinge her a little bit better from behind, but still like that gilt shape a great deal. The second class there, a really nice proportion kind of a barra. Just needs a little bit more shape and genuine turn, but I think that one's proportioned very well. And these deep shavings, I think these barras are really handling it extremely well, and the gilt as well. The young lady that came out of the third class, really just square built kind of a hog that's proportioned really well. Doesn't really have any big holes and still has some extras to him. You step in behind that hog, he's really square and impressive. You could maybe set him back in his blade to be a little critical, but I don't really think there's an improvement out here to complement that, maybe that area. I think that barrel is very good. The barrel here out of the fourth class, I love some things about him, his shape, his power, his hip. He could be just a little sounder, but again, that's a wide-made, heavy-muscled kind of product barra, but still like a lot of things about him as well. Young lady that comes out of the heavy class, super stout and powerful, maybe like to set him back in his blade and knee, but again, for a heavyweight, that one handles himself extremely well. To me, it comes down to a pair out here. I think there's 2 class winners that really surfaced. One that is the most proportioned. I think he's very secure from hock to ground, and everything kind of fits together. That's that young lady right there.
And congratulations, your champion Duroc Market Hog comes from class number 3, entry number 79, Brooke Montgomery. Congratulations, Brooke. That'll bring in Madeline Strain, second place, entry 86, in contention for reserve. Brooke is also your Kentucky Proud champion Duroc.
Dropped that second out again. Liked him a great deal in class, and certainly just like to see more bone work in him. And it becomes, again, for me, it's a one-horse race. He's a little bit tight out here, but I tell you what, folks, to have one that wide and that powerful and still handle it very well. Again, he's a little bit tight, but he wasn't in drive. Young lady here in the blue shirt is going to have reserve.
And your reserve champion Duroc Market Hog comes from class number 4, entry 67, Ava Jackson. Congratulations, Ava. That'll bring in Kenton Johnson's second place, entry 73, in contention for third overall.
Drop that one back in for third overall. I like some things about him, just like to see him a little bit sounder from behind. And then it gets down to 3 or 4 different ones out here, and in different ways you can go. You know, I like a lot of things about these hogs. Is there one really ideal or perfect? I don't think so, but I think there's one that's super square. He's skeletally correct. I would like to see him just a little bit longer in his stride, but I still think his quality, his chest width, and his power is honestly next level compared to everything else out here. That's a young lady in the white's got third overall.
And third overall Duroc Market Hog comes from class number 3, entry 86, Madeline Strain. Congratulations. We will now be selecting your reserve Kentucky Proud Duroc.
Again, we drop those in. There's a lot of good hogs out here, but there's one for me that, you know, just slightly, if we could set it back in that shoulder just a little, pick them up on their front feet just a little bit. But again, shape, power, dimension, high quality look. Young lady right here in the blues got reserved Kentucky Proud.
And reserve Duroc Kentucky Proud Market Hog is entry number 94, Kendall White. Let's put our hands together for all of our Duroc Market Hog exhibitors. Entering the ring now will be Class 1 Hampshires. Class 1 Hampshires looking for 4 entries, weighing between 235 and 262 pounds. We need Class 2 Hamps. Class 2, make your way to the makeup ring. Just 2 Hampshire classes, so following that, we'll select your top 3 Hampshire market hogs. So this is our first call for Class 1 Herefords. Class 1 Herefords, make your way to the makeup ring.
The Hampshire show, 2 really unique individuals that come out here, top end of this class, and there's no doubt about it. They're 2 absolute studs, and they differ a little bit when they offer. Without a doubt, in my opinion, young man Barrow does so logically start the class. In just terms of head neck, the way his shoulder sets into him, his chest floor is a little wider, and still he hinges really good out of a big hip and hind leg, and honestly, just proportions about as good as you could ask for, particularly in this breed. A really stout, unique animal that comes next and second. Love that thing's head and ear shape and just quality. You get right on top of the back of that shoulder. That's a big blade, a square hip, and everything kind of fits. He's just not as extended. He's just not set back in his shoulder quite like that class winner, but those are 2 awfully high-quality barrows. Here in third is one I like just in terms of width and shoulder blade and stoutness. Get on top of that hog. He really represents the meat breed there for the Hampshires and how they have that extra shape and power. Step in behind him. He's as impressive and as wild-looking probably as any. Don't think he proportions quite as well. He's not as heavy structured as a hog that comes that go directly ahead of him. The young lady here in fourth is got one that I think's a really mobile kind of hog and probably as loose in its joints as any, just not quite as high quality or as balanced as those top 3.
And placings in class number 1, Hampshire's first, and first Kentucky's Daniel Laurent. Second Kentucky's Amelia Gripsover. Third, Braden Howard. And fourth, Addie Mae Williams. Congratulations. Looking for 5 entries in class number 2, Judge. These hogs weigh between 265 and 285 pounds. Following this class, you'll select your champion, reserve, and third overall Hampshire market hogs. We need class 1 Herefords. Go ahead and bring class 2 as well. We need all Hereford market hogs. All Hereford market hogs. Make your way to the makeup ring.
An awesome Hampshire drive, particularly the top pair. Two really high quality barrows that surface very logically, in my opinion. And I think these barrows differ a little bit what they offer. I think the barrow in second square out of his hock and heel. I think the barrow here starts the class is more wild and exotic, looking for the side, and takes a longer step from behind. This is a really high quality Hampshire barrow. His tight, cool ears kind of accentuate his high quality look. Good shape up top, really good shape down through his lower hip. You maybe nitpick on him and say he could be a nickel stouter in his ankle and square down to the ground, but I think that's a really high quality barrow to start. There's no doubt about this barrow square from his hock to the ground. He's slightly heavier structured and bigger footed, but from the side he's not quite as good in the way his top line holds together. He gets a little bit more underneath himself there from the stride. Don't see him quite setting down out of his hock and reaching as far from behind, but I think that barrow's got a nice look about it and really high quality. A really stout faced, heavy muscled, square built one that comes next. From behind he's the squarest of the top three, but from the profile he gets a little short in his step. He's not quite as big there down to the lower part of his rib and gets a little bit swelled up there in his flank. But again, very high quality barrow to be in third. A big scaled, long bodied hog that comes next, and like that depth of body and spring he has to his center cage and rib, he just simply has to be sounder to move up to compete those higher quality barrows at the top end of the class. I like this barrow's shape and look up top, and really got lots of power to him. Really kind of a meat hog, and certainly just needs to be sounder, a little more stable to compete with those hogs at the upper end of this class.
And placings in class number 2, Hampshire's first was Holland Hobbs, second Carson Crouch, third and first Kentucky's Paisley Bradley, fourth and second Kentucky's Elena Jones, and fifth Savannah Moore. Congratulations. We're now selecting your top 3 Hampshire market hogs. Our winners from each of our classes: from Class 1, Daniel Laurent, and from Class 2, Holland Hobbs. We need all Hereford market hogs. Make your way to the makeup ring.
Really an outstanding drive of Hampshires and two extremely high quality barrows. And any other year you'd be really excited to have one of these barrows, and have two in the same division and breed at a state fair is just awesome. And I don't know, these hogs they're just so good and high quality. It's pretty exciting to be out here with them and just watch them move. But for me, there's still one that kind of takes it to the next level. High quality, everything fits. Young man's heavyweight's going to be champion.
And your champion, Hampshire, is entry 102 from Class 2, Holland Hobbs. Congratulations, Holland. That'll bring in Carson Crouch as second in contention for reserve.
It gets a little bit closer for reserve, and these barrows honestly resemble each other a great deal from the side, and everything kind of fits on those hogs, and really their counters with each other are very slim and not much really there. Honestly, when you step behind them, they're almost identical. From the side, they're very similar. One's just a little bit further along today, and he's going to be reserved with the heavyweight.
And your reserve champion is entry number 100, Carson Crouch. Congratulations, Carson. That'll bring in Paisley's in contention for third overall.
For third overall, again, it doesn't get really close out here. There's one that just kind of takes squareness of build, high quality look to the next level. He's a lighter weight hog, but yeah, I'd love to see this hog in another 50, 60 pounds. But today he's still a really good barrow. Young man's lightweight's third overall.
And third overall, entry 105, Daniel Laurent. Congratulations. He will also be your first Kentucky. That'll bring in Amelia's second place from Class 1 in contention for second Kentucky Hampshire.
This decision gets a lot closer, and the barrow that comes out of lightweights is really good. Is he just mobile enough is what you ask yourself, but you like a lot of things about him as well. Same thing here. The heavier barrow just gets a little bit more restricted. Those barrows are awfully close. Again, you could go either way. I like the young lady's lightweight for reserve.
And reserve is entry 101, Amelia Gripsover. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for all of our Hampshire Market Hog exhibitors. Entering the ring now will be Class 1 Herefords looking for 2 entries, both weighing 267 pounds.
Really nice way to start off the Hereford breed division, and a barrel that's got a really cool paint job on him as well, just in terms of his markings. And yet he's a really square, fundamentally correct barrel, especially for this breed. Lots of power and shape. Nice barrel to start the class. Kind of a neat looking barrel that comes next and second. Love that marking on his head. It accentuates his high quality look from the side. Good shape up top. Just simply has to be sounder to rival that impressive class winner. Let's give these two young ladies a nice round of applause.
And placings in Class 1 Herefords first. In first Kentucky was Mackenzie Howard. And second Kentucky's Cora Denniston. Congratulations. Looking for 6 entries in Class 2 Judge. These hogs weigh between 280 and 285 pounds. Following this class, we'll select your top 3 Herefords. Let's bring Class 1 Landrace. Class 1 Landrace, make your way to the makeup ring.
Really challenging class, honestly, to put together because there's two really extremes out here that go against a lot of my priorities just in some certain areas, but they also have a lot of good things about them. I think one's significantly sounder, one's significantly bigger ribbed, and again, it gets really close in my opinion. I like the added soundness and carcass merit found the young man to start. Now, there's no doubt about it. That one needs more rib. He needs more fleshing ability. He needs more center. Spread, squareness, and comfortability, flexibility is no doubt about it in his favor. I like this one from her hock up and forward as good as anything we're probably going to see in this breed. But at the same time, she is really challenged from behind. Really hyperextends and shortens in her stride, and again, that's a big hindrance for me. And again, I just wish that gilt would go a little better. And then she's an easy class winner. Young man that comes next in third is one I think's got some good things about him. Just a really shapely kind of hog, good muscle, just simply has to be sounder to move up any higher. Young man that comes out in fourth has got a really nice hog just in terms of shape, just needs to be fresher overall in his skin and hair and appearance to get up any higher in this particular class. The young man that comes out of fifth is one that has lots of muscle, but simply has to be better from behind the way he goes. He too gets a little bit twisted there in his front leg, but a really nice class of Herefords to end the show.
And placings in Class 2, Herefords. First was Ryland Hager. Second, Woods Wonderlick. Third and First Kentucky was Colton Fitzpatrick. Fourth, Brantley Shoemaker. Fifth and Second Kentucky, Cooper Probst. Congratulations. We'll now be selecting your champion, reserve, and third overall Hereford Market Hogs. From Class 1, Mackenzie Howard, and from Class 2, Ryland Hager. Can we bring both classes of Landrace, Class 1 and 2 Landrace Market Hogs? Make your way to the makeup ring. All Landrace Market Hogs.
Really nice Hereford division. Let's put our hands together for these kids and their families and all that hard work they did this summer to get to this point. You know, these hogs differ in what they offer, but they're one that looks like a fundamental market hog that has some ribs, some flesh, some squareness, and still relatively sound, and there's no doubt about it. One's significantly heavier muscled, but in terms of totals, completeness, and just high quality, young lady here is going to be champion.
And your champion Hereford comes from class number 1, Mackenzie Howard. Congratulations, Mackenzie. She will also be your champion Kentucky Proud. That'll bring in Cora Denniston, second place in contention for reserve.
For reserve, we dropped that second in, and again, talked about that hog's cool look and mark up front and really exotic look. But just as easy for me as the one that wins is the one in reserve. Young Man's Barrow is going to be reserve champion.
And your reserve Hereford is entry 112, Ryland Hager. That'll bring in Woods Wonderlick in contention for third.
For third overall, again, just as easy as those top two. Just like to see this get a little bit sounder, and she really gets competitive. Young man right here has got third overall.
And your third overall is entry number 118, Woods Wonderlick. Congratulations. We will now be selecting your reserve Kentucky Proud Hereford.
In this particular breed, everything just kind of had its spot. And for reserve, Kentucky Proud, again, just as logical, big-bodied, bold-sprung, needs to be just a little sounder comparatively, but still a very nice hog. Young man right here in front of me has got reserve.
And your reserve Kentucky Proud Hereford is entry number 111, Colton Fitzpatrick. Let's put our hands together for all of our Hereford Market Hog exhibitors. Entering the ring now was Class 1 Landrace. Class 1 Landrace looking for 4 entries, weighing between 229 and 252 pounds. We need Class 2 Landrace. Class 2 be in the makeup ring.
When I was growing up, I had this great idea to go buy a landrace sow, and I was going to light the world on fire, and bought a bred sow, and she had 3 pigs and laid on 2 of them. So that's my one and only landrace experience. But I will tell you, this breed's got a lot of maternal capabilities, and they've made them a little more exotic looking. And certainly there's some give and take within this pair, but there's no doubt about there's a heavy structured, really calm, moving, good acting kind of hog out here, and there's a real stout one that just needs a little bit of an attitude adjustment. Young man right here is going to win the class, and that's certainly a really high quality landrace barrow. Now, there's no doubt about it. He could be cleaner in his skin and hair and just seem a little fresher in his overall look, and that's certainly where the big-bodied, bold-sprung, heavy muscle gilt does excel him. That's a wider-chested, bigger bladed one that has more to her. At the same time, she's more restricted in her skeleton, and she's honestly not even close in terms of foot size and bone. A really nice made hog that comes next just in terms of flexibility and reach, and young man's done a great job driving this hog. Looks like a great project. The hog's got a great attitude as well. Just needs more bone and stoutness to rival those hogs that win. I talked to this young lady about her project. Again, got a really just kind of good project there. Good growing hog for her that did well. Looks like it's got a nice shape down its top and really powerful from behind, but just simply needs more quality to rival those top 3.
Placings in Class 1 Landrace. First was Nicholas Arcanile. Second, and first Kentucky was Colton Fitzpatrick. Third, Braden Howard. And fourth, Addie Mae Williams. Congratulations. Looking for 5 entries in Class 2. These hogs weigh between 262 and 285 pounds. Following this, we'll select your top 3 Landrace market hogs. So we need those 3 Poland market hog exhibitors. Make your way to the makeup ring. Mackenzie Dunhoft and Hayden Atcher, I have your ribbons at the announcer stand.
Pretty challenging, a top trio of barrows here, and honestly, there's some give and take. And the one I'm going to start with is the flattest ribbed and the flattest stifle, to be straightforward. But it also is the highest quality. He has the most set to his shoulder. He hinges loose enough out of his hip, and without a doubt, he's the heaviest structured. There's no doubt the barrow in second is heavier muscled, stouter from behind. But that barrow gets a little crusty at the top of his shoulder, got packing a little bit too much on him over his 10th, and yet he's got a little bit swelling there in his hocks comparatively. But I think those barrows are awfully close. Maybe switch the pair if you want to. That's just how I saw him. The barrow here in third is one that has lots of shape and muscle, lots of power and product, but has to go better from behind. Gets a little stilty there, wants to hyperextend that back right, gets a little bit loose there in how he's constructed down low, and really instability there in his hind leg. The young man that comes in fourth has got a really shapely kind of a barrow. Just like to see him longer out of his hip and just see him a little bit more balanced in terms of eye appeal from the profile. A really heavy muscled hog that comes next, lots of shape and dimension, and just simply has to be sounder, has to be heavier structured to compete with those hogs ahead of him.
And placings in class number 2 Landrace. First was Woods Wonderlick. Second, Wyatt Moore. Third, Emma Hogan. Fourth, Colton Kaufman. And fifth and first Kentucky was Colton Fitzpatrick. We'll now be selecting your top 3 Landrace market hogs from class 1, Nicholas Arkenau, and class 2, Woods Wonderlick. Can we bring class 1 spots? Class 1 spots. Make your way to the makeup ring. The Polands are loaded. We need class 1 spots. Make your way to the makeup ring.
Very high quality pair of barrows here. There's some give and take, and certainly, honestly, to be straightforward, we work really hard on skin and hair at the home because you have to compete. And again, it's not really a cop out, but again, I think it's something you've got to have them presented, and it's really close. If it wasn't for skin and hair and just presentation, I think there's a clear-cut winner. But because of that fact and just quality and overall presentation, it does get a little closer for me. Just to talk about him, a really free-moving kind of a barrow that's awfully good. This hog's really good made at the ground. He's the best in his hind leg movement, and really that's just a tremendous barrow in terms of how he's put together. The heavyweight's a big, kind of a bold one there comparatively. He wasn't as stout as some of those other ones in his division, but I do think that barrow has a lot of good things to him. I'd like to see him just hinge a little looser out of his hind leg and take a little freer step. It gets really close out here for me. Again, if there is a wash on skin and hair, it's a no-brainer. But again, it gets a little closer just in terms of presentation. Still, I think there's one that just overwhelms him in terms of quality build. I would like to clean him up in his skin. Young man's lightweights champion.
And your champion Landrace comes from class number 1, entry 121, Nicholas Arkenau. Congratulations. That'll drop in Colton's in contention for reserve.
Honestly, that barrow that wins just in terms of build and proportion, something we dream about showing from a purebred standpoint at our house, and really competitive in the white breeds, mainly Yorkshire. So I do have a real passion for the white hogs. Still, I think it just gets as logical for reserve. A barrow I like a great deal. I'd like to see him just a little bit. It's okay. Just a little bit stouter in terms of his rib and muscle compared to the gilt that comes out in second. I think he's just a lot stouter at the ground, a lot better just in his coordination there. That bear is awfully good. Let's congratulate this young man for reserve.
And reserve champion Landrace market hog comes from class number 2, entry 129, Woods Wonderlick. Congratulations, Woods. That'll bring in Wyatt Moore, second place in contention for third overall.
For third overall, we dropped that second heavy out again. I love that barrow just in terms of his power and his bulk. I'd like to clean him up in his shape just a little bit and freshen him up. Compared to the gilt, though, I think he's a lot heavier structured, just a really high-quality animal. Young man right here has got third overall.
And your third overall comes from class number 2, entry 127, Wyatt Moore. Congratulations. We will now be selecting your champion and reserve champion, Kentucky Proud Landrace Market Hogs.
For champion, Kentucky Proud. Again, a great representation of the great state of Kentucky of how good these cruisers are. And I think it gets a little bit closer here just in terms of how they're put together. To me, there's one that's got more natural shape, spread, and power. Really fresh. Love this hog's extra freshness, the upper part of her skeleton. Young man at the gilt's got champion Kentucky Proud.
And your champion Landrace Market Hog, entry 123, Colton Fitzpatrick. Congratulations, Colton. 124, I'm sorry. Class 2, 124 was your champion Kentucky Proud. $123 was champion Kentucky Proud. $123. Entering the ring, we'll be showing your champion reserve and third overall Poland Market Hogs. These 3 entries weigh between 241 and 263 pounds. We need Class 1 spots. Class 1 spots. Make your way to the makeup ring.
a very good representation of the Poland breed to kick off this class, and honestly be the champion of this breed. I believe this hog's really good just in terms of his head and neck, presentation, skin and hair is good. Relatively sound too for a hog that has that kind of muscle. Sure, we like to fix him in his lower joints and maybe correct him there, and that's certainly where the barrel here in second to my right does excel him. I think that barrel's big-bodied, bold-sprung, heavy-duty kind of in his body type, but I would like to see him have more structure to match the extra mass that he has. He is a long striding barrel compared to the class winner. He's got more flex in his lower joints. There's no doubt about it. Kind of a neat shaped hog that comes next, and honestly probably the heaviest structured hog in the class. Gets a little rolled up there in her top line. Not quite as just overall high quality. Her skin and hair is not quite as on point. I do like some things about her. I just would like to see her a little bit more balanced for the extra power and stoutness that she does have.
Placings in Class 1 and your champion Poland Market Hog, entry 137, Nash Wonderlick. Your reserve, entry 133, Evan Cotton. And your third overall, Emery Burnett. Congratulations to our Poland exhibitors. Entering the ring is Class 1 spots, looking for 5 entries, weighing between 242 and 265 pounds. We need Class 2 spots. Class 2 spots, make your way to the makeup ring.
Just an absolute unit here to start the spot breed, and certainly one that can withstand lots of competition. Honestly, there's no competition for him in this class. That's the heavy-duty, wide-made one that still has a balanced look. Just simply the whole overwhelms the class in quality, balance, and power. There's no doubt about the one in second is leaner down her top there, leaner down his top. Really shapely from behind and has a nice look about him. I think that one's just a little bit more secure than the barrel that's in third. And honestly, compared to the class winner, he's a little longer bodied, but that kind of where it ends. The barrel in third, again, really sound structured from behind. Simply has to be better in terms of how his blade hooks into his shoulder. I'd like to pick him up on that front foot, but that's a big-bodied, bold-sprung one that got lots of shape and power up top. Again, a good representation of the spot breed here. The light-colored hogs, really shapely and powerful. Like to see more bone work in that hog to move up any higher. A really heavy muscled hog that comes next. Just have to pick her up in her pasture and to see her a little square in her skeleton to move up any higher.
And placings in Class 1 spots. First was Nash Wonderlick. Second, Lily Smith. Third, Macy Becraft. Fourth and first Kentucky was Jackson Shoemaker. And fifth was Kenton Burnett. Congratulations. 7 entries in Class 2. Judge, these hogs weigh between 274 and 285 pounds. Following this class, will select your top 3 spotted market hogs. So we need Class 1 Tamworth. Class 1 Tamworths. Make your way to the makeup ring.
Really good barrel to start the class, and honestly, just make him a little darker and shine him up a little bit, and he becomes really, really good. That's the squarest, the freshest, the truest, and his skeleton still has a punch right behind him. Just a really high-quality barrel to start the class. And second's a really heavy bone barrel that's getting a little past his prime. For me, the biggest concern is him. Right when I get on top of him, he's a lot plainer behind his shoulder. When I step in right behind him, he kind of closes at the ground. Really big set of bones on that hog. Just need to see him a little bit just stouter as he comes out of his blade. And there from behind, like to square him up. Kind of a neat barrel that comes next, just in terms of proportions. Again, I read him as the flattest in his face and his blade and knee, and honestly, I get right on top of that hog. He just needs more genuine shape from the side. A heavy bone barrel. He's actually squarer from hock to ground than the barrel in second. Just need to see him have more shape and muscle to move up any higher. Kind of on the other end of the spectrum here compared to that barrel. Really shapely, really stout, kind of a gilt that comes next in terms of muscle. Just like to see her have more bone work comparatively to her upper body mass and shape. The hog that comes next, again, a really nice build hog from his shoulder back. Just need to see him sounder on his front end, see him a little heavier structure to get up any higher.
And placings in class number 2. First was Danny Boy Laurent. Second, Ruby Atchison. She was also first, Kentucky. Third, Alexis Jones. Fourth and second, Kentucky, was Brooke Montgomery. Fifth, Chance Hager. Sixth, Wyatt Hogan. Seventh, Wyatt Stump. Congratulations. We'll now be selecting your champion reserve and third overall spot market hogs. From Class 1, Nash Wonderlick, and from Class 2, Daniel Laurent. We need first and second class Tamworths. All Tamworth market hogs. Make your way to the makeup ring. We need all Tamworths.
Very good top end of this spot drive, and two barrels that represent the breed very well. And just how I see him, you've got a really heavy duty kind of a barrel that's good in his shape. Maybe could be a nickel leaner, but still you step in behind that barrel, he looks like a show quality hog and presents himself very well. We've got a really square built one here that comes out of the next division. Love that barrel's shape and turn. Ideally, I'd like to see a little more hair on him to make him balance just a little bit better, but I still think that barrel's got a lot of good things to offer. For me, it gets really close. A young man's lightweight is going to be champion.
And your champion spot is entry number 157, Nash Wonderlick. That'll bring in Lily Smith's in contention for reserve.
We drop that second back in for contention. I love that barrel's basic build and balance in class, but honestly, this other barrel is unrivaled in terms of squareness and quality. I think this barrel is awfully good. Young man here in the blue's got reserve.
And reserve champion spot, entry 150, that's Daniel Laurent. Congratulations, Danny boy. That'll bring in Ruby Atchison in contention for third overall.
For third overall, we drop that second back in again. Like some things about that hog, some hard to make pieces just in terms of foot size and comfortability. Like I said before, like to stouten him up right behind his shoulder and see him have a little more base width. And that hog right there counters that. But still, this is the higher quality barrel that's really heavy duty in his look. Young leader right here is going to be next in line.
And your third overall in champion Kentucky Proud is entering 140, Ruby Atchison. Congratulations. We will now be selecting your reserve overall Kentucky Proud spot market hog.
For reserve, Kentucky Proud again. It's pretty logical for me. I love this gilt shape and extra volume. Young lady right here has reserve Kentucky Proud.
And your reserve champion Kentucky Proud market hog is entry number 151, Brooke Montgomery. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for all of our spot market hog exhibitors. All right, folks, it's Tam time. Tam time. Entering the ring is Class 1 Tamworths, looking for 3 entries, weighing between 220 and 241 pounds. Attention exhibitors, do you know what time it is? It's Tamworth time. Put your hands together for our ring crew. Jason People loves Tam Time.
Initially I had these bottom two flip-flop, but the more I studied here in the barrel, we got a better look at him. Really stout one to be in second. I think the most complete one and still fundamentally correct. A really sound, stout, square kind of made a Tam to start the class, and that one's length of body, proportions, and flexibility is honestly unrivaled, and certainly could have a little bit more structure comparatively, and that's certainly where the barrel in second there does excel. He's a stouter constructed hog, but gets straighter in his hock and not quite as sound. The young man here that's pinned in 10, really nice built gilt, just needs more power and stoutness compared to those top two.
Placings in Class 1, Tamworth's first in First Kentucky was Harper Triplett. Second was Brantley Shoemaker. And third in Second Kentucky, Jack Shepard. Congratulations. Looking for 4 entries in Class 2, Judge. These hogs weigh between 267 and 285 pounds. We need Class 1 Yorkshires, Class 1 Yorks. Make your way to the makeup ring. Class 1 Yorks.
Got a really interesting top pair of barrows here. We got one that's a little bit shapeless, and one that's a little bit boneless here to really compare them. And that's the two big holes in those hogs. And again, weighing totals and looking at the barrows, they differ significantly in what they offer. It gets really close to me, and I wish that one had a little more bone. I wish that one had a little more shape. But again, it gets awfully close. I like the young ladies here in front of me to start. I just think that one looks like he's here to win a class and maybe has a lot more structure. I wish he had more natural shape and spread, but honestly, he's 2 or 3 generations above this one just in terms of bone. Now, with that being said, I still love this bear's shape and tremendous power out of the back of his shoulder. I simply wish he had more structure because he's really, really frail compared to the upper body mass he has. The bear that comes next is one that has a nice look about him just in terms of fleshing ability. I wish he had more muscle and more hair to kind of balance him up and make him a little bit higher quality. The gilt that comes next is one I really liked, and just in terms of how she's put together from her hip forward. If she could set down a little squarer and truer from behind, that one's a non-negotiable class winner. But so, honestly, she just gets too hyperextended in her hock and just too overall, coarse in her joints to get up any higher.
And placings in Class 2, Tamworth. First was Aaliyah Hardesty. Second and first Kentucky was Hayden Natcher. Third was Nathaniel Doyle. Fourth was Kenton Burnett. Congratulations. Tam time, once again, will now select your top 3 Tamworth Market Hogs from Class 1, Harper Triplet, and from Class 2, Aaliyah Hardesty.
Yeah, Hereford champion again. It kind of gets close here, and we got a moderate, stout, square one that needs more structure. Maybe tuck his hind leg in just a little bit, but honestly looks a lot like the barrel that was second the last class. Maybe a lot more shape and bone's a little bit more on target, but still needs a shot more bone to be ultra competitive out here. We've got a heavyweight that needs more muscle and more shape, but I love that hog's hind leg, his flex and reach. Young ladies heavyweight's going to be champion.
And your champion, Tamworth Market Hog, is entry 164, Aaliyah Hardesty. Congratulations. That'll drop in Hayden Natcher, second in contention for reserve.
Again, it gets really close out here for reserve, and honestly, the hogs look very, very similar. There's one that's a little more moderated, a little stouter, and I like I said before, both these hogs are really resemble each other. I like the extra bulk and power. The young lady in the corner is going to be reserve.
And your reserve champion and Kentucky Proud champion is entry 168, Harper Triplet. Congratulations, Harper.
We dropped that second back out in that class, and like some things about that hog, and he's got some stoutness, some feature. Like to see him just a little bit sounder from behind and hard to get a good look at him. A really well presented barrow out here. Again, like I said, just needs a shot more bone. He becomes very, very good. He's still the third out, from my opinion. Young man right here is going to be third.
And your third overall, Tamworth and reserve Kentucky Proud, is entry 161, Hayden Natcher. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for all of our Tamworth Market Hog exhibitors. Heating the ring now is class number 1. 4 entries weighing between 235 and 252 pounds. This is just a reminder, if you receive an envelope for the championship drive, swine exhibitors, if you receive an envelope for the championship drive, please make sure you fill out that information as quickly as you can. Crossbred exhibitors, we are not taking a break. We will roll right into our crossbred show following the selection of our top 3 Yorks. minimum of 2-hour lunch break. The line for the corn dogs may be very long today. I have received some information for you swine enthusiasts. The ham this morning sold for $10 million, purchased by the Crafts and Central Bank Center. That means that there is hope in Pope.
Yeah, honestly, Kentucky's known to have great hog breeders in it, and Yorkshire breeders especially. But I tell you what, I didn't think on the drive here I'd see two Yorkshire barrows in the same class of this quality. And honestly, there's some give and take. But I think the one that wins does so handily. I think he's a shot wider through his chest. He's a shot set back further in his blade, just more natural spread and shape to him. You step in behind him, and honestly, the barrow here in second does counter. He's a longer in his hind leg stride. He's square back through his hip. He wants a paddle up front a little bit, and when they come right to me, he's not quite as powerful as the young lady's barrow that starts, but those two are really high quality hogs. And third and fourth, kind of different what they offer, and certainly have some good things about them. I like this barrow's length of body, his skull shape, and the way he's put together. Looks like a traditional kind of Yorkshire hog, but with that, gets a little bit flat and peaked in his blade, not quite as much power. Honestly, that barrow is very good besides those two factors. We got a really good shape one that comes next. It has some muscle, simply has to be stouter compared up through his forerib, chest, and knee compared to those top three.
And placings in Class 1 Yorkshire's first. And first Kentucky was Alexis Jones. Second Kentucky was Mr. Landon Hack. Third was Jackson Shoemaker. And fourth, Colton Fitzpatrick. Congratulations. Entering the ring is Class 2. Class 2, 4 entries weighing between 253 and 268 pounds. We need Class 3. Class 3, make your way to the makeup ring. Following that, we'll select your top 3 Yorkshire Market Hogs. Gage Johnson, we need you in the makeup ring immediately. Gage Johnson.
In my opinion, the only thing that really makes this challenging is skin and hair, and the rest is kind of elementary. This is the big structured, sound-footed, heavy-duty kind of barrel with a sharp look up front, great shape down his top, long in his stride. Compared to the barrel here in second, he's opened up wider at the base of his forerib. He's got a bigger blade. He's got a bigger muzzle. He's got more natural turn. He's leaner, and when he steps away from behind me, he's significantly looser and longer in his stride and bigger in his foundation. There's no doubt about it, a really highly fit barrel that comes next, and honestly, I just like to open him up in his chest, lean him up in his shape, and see him stride out longer from behind. Gets a nickel frailer too comparatively to that barrel that starts the class. A really heavy structured, heavy muscled hog that comes next. I told the young man he's done a great job. We've had a good time out here talking back and forth. This hog simply has to be fresher. That's a heavy duty, heavy constructed kind of barrel, lots of shape and power. Need to see him, like I said, a little fresher, just longer in his stride to get up any higher. A really powerful packed kind of a pig that comes next. He's just massive in his top shape, rear rib and flanks really good. Like the way he gets out of his hip there just in terms of shape, but down in the ground, he just has to be sounder in a really competitive set of Yorkshires.
And placings in Class 2, Yorkshire's first was Nicholas Arkinall, second Ryland Hager, third Evan Cotton, and fourth Scotty Rainwater. Congratulations. Looking for 4 entries in Class 3, Judge. These hogs weigh between 269 and 285 pounds. Following that, we'll select your top 3 Yorkshires. So Class 1 Crossbreds. Class 1 Crossbreds. Make your way to the makeup ring.
Pretty tough decision up here in the top end of the class because there's 2 different kind of extremes, and honestly they look a little bit more like breeding gilts and wish they both had more shape, but still I think there's the pair of them that really surface in this class, and not to talk about them and place him yet, but just to kind of tell you how I see him, the young lady right in front of me has got a moderated, really stout kind of barrow just in terms of spread and shape. You know, he gets a little bit wasty through his lower third and up through his jowl, and maybe could just have a shot more bone compared to that barrow right behind him. But like his moderation, his type and kind, and just kind of an easy kind of feed and look to that barrow. Kind of a unique one here just in terms of head carriage and front foot placement, squareness from behind. You step into him, you wonder if he's got enough shape compared to that barrow, but he get right on top of those hogs. It's really a wash. I think he's a heavier structured hog. Again, those two are really close, and really, you know, it's kind of splitting hairs for me. I like the leaner design, cooler looking barrow to start the class, and honestly, he could have a little more shape. Like I said, I think he's got a few more far-reaching pieces. A really moderated kind of barrow in second, like I said, just like to pick him up on his feet, see him have more natural shape, and honestly, he's just a little fat for what I like. The barrow that comes next and third is one that gets a little weaker in his top, but has a neat look about him up through his front end, just not quite as balanced in his top line. The barrow that ends the class here is one that has some length of body, and honestly, that's a big-footed one that has lots of good to him, just not quite as high quality as those top three.
Placings in Class 3, Yorkshire's first was Chance Hager. Second and first, Kentucky, was Eliza Grace Atcher. Third was Kinley French, and fourth was Emery Burnett. Congratulations. We're now selecting your top 3 Yorkshires in contention. From Class number 1, Alexis Jones. From Class 2, Nicholas Arkinall. And from Class 3, Chance Hager.
Really, in this breed, something we have passion for at the house, and utilize them to make crosses and put quarter blood hogs into the show ring and half blood sows in the farrowing house, and still focus on making purebreds as well. To me, you know, making good livestock, especially in this breed, is getting harder and harder. And I think, you know, the muscularity standpoint, they're getting narrower as well. I still like them to have some look to them, but my main concern with this breed still is having enough shape and power and still looking like Yorkshires. I think we have 3 really good representation of what Yorkshire should look like. Let's give these folks a round of applause before I talk about champion. You know, there's a barrow here in the lightweight division that kind of takes power and stoutness to the next level. He's the freshest in his skin and hair. He's the widest constructed and still handles his width appropriately for that size and weight, and just got a lot of good things to him. The middleweight, like to clean him up just in his skin and hair and overall presentation, but again, like him in his look and his head of his blade, he's got big feet. He's pretty sound. I would like to see him just a little bit stouter as you step in behind him, but a really high-quality hog. The heavyweight, again, like his front end and his look and his extra kind of high-quality build from the side, he doesn't have quite as much natural spread or shape as I'd like to see. So again, you know, there's a barrow here that puts a lot of things together. I wish we could mix and match these hogs, but still, it's a market hog show. I like the extra power. I like the extra freshness, the power and width. Young lady's lightweight is champion.
And your champion, Yorkshire, from Class 1, entry 189, Alexis Jones.
We dropped that second place in again. He pushed that class winner pretty hard and still cut from the same swath there. A really moderate, stout hog that has power. He's probably a nickel better just in his head shape and look up front. He's a nickel better in terms of length of stride and flexibility compared to that champion. Out here, he's the stoutest option. He puts the most together for me. He's reserve.
And your reserve champion, entry 181, Landon Hack. Congratulations, Landon. Both of those are your automatic Kentucky bred champions.
Third overall, we dropped this one out, and again, a very high-quality hog. It comes down to these two, but I think they're, again, the same type of hog. I wish this one was fresher in his skin and hair, and he pushes those champion reserve pretty well. I wish this one had more shape. I really like this bear a great deal. Like I said, just wish he was a little fresher in his look. The middleweight is third overall.
And your third overall is entry 173, Nicholas Arkanal. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for our Yorkshire Market Hog exhibitors and all of our purebred exhibitors. Congratulations, kiddos. Entering the ring is class number 1, Crossbreds. These hogs weigh 220 pounds. We need class 2 Crossbreds. Class 2, make your way to the makeup ring.
Two extremely high quality barrows that kick off the class, and honestly I wish this one had more shape because he's bulletproof in his hind leg structure, and this one could be a little better there, but in terms of shape, power, squareness of build, looks like a market hog, still has the basic fundamentals, and he gets out and travels with a really high quality look. That's a very nice barrow to start the Crossbred show. In seconds, one I love just in terms of his basics and build and soundness and balance. That hog needs a little bit more muscle to go with his extra fleshing ability, but again, you talk about bulletproof in terms of structure, balance, and build. That's him. Just need to stouten him up. And on the other end of the spectrum, a really powerful one that comes next, opened up through his chest, great in his shape. Just have to see that barrel more comfortable in his rear leg and joints. That's a really powerful kind of hog that comes next. And fourth, kind of a neat looking hog up through his front end, just really having some trouble there on his front feet. I just like to see that barrel balance and proportion more correctly compared to those hogs ahead of him. A really nice build one that comes next. It's certainly sounder than the barrel in front of him. At the same time, he's the lightest muscled, he's the flattest made, and he's the frailest of those top five. But a great way to start off the Crossbred show.
Placings in Class 1 Crossbreds. First and first Kentucky was Kendall White. Second and second Kentucky was Court Flock. Third, Presley Compton. Fourth, Oakley Hopkins. Fifth, Ella Stone. Sixth, Michaela Pike. Seventh, Madeline Strain. Eighth, Mason Rohrer. Ninth, Marissa Maple. 10th, Sophie Franklin. 11th, Jordan Gosney. 12th, Kenton Johnson. Congratulations. Looking for 8 entries in class number 2, Judge. These hogs weigh between 222 and 230 pounds.
Very good class. Top end of this class certainly fits together very well. And honestly, the critics will say this barrow is too flat on his front feet, and I'd agree. But honestly, he's comfortable enough out here or there, and the rest of him just fits and just overwhelms the class in terms of squareness. Young lady's doing a good enough job getting him drove out here and keeping him comfortable. That's simply just the best one in the class. And second, I think the one that has some shape and some power and some spread honestly gets a little plain right out of the back of his shoulder. And my biggest thing with him is for that extra body and power and mass he has, you step in behind him, he just simply needs more bone and structure to match his upper body mass. I really like this gilt shape and her look up through upper body, part of her upper skeleton there, but you got lots of shape and muscle. To me, I'd like to set her back in her blade, strengthen her front foot, and see her have more bone and squareness as she goes right away compared to those two hogs that start the class. A really heavy muscled, powerful, kind of unique one that comes out next, just simply gets a little bit out there in terms of hind leg placement. He too wants to roll in his front foot wall and kind of turn out and twist up front, but a hog that's got lots of power and product. From the blade forward here, really good looking, and from there back to her hip, really shapely. Simply has to go sounder to move any higher, but again, a very high quality class of crossbreds. Let's put our hands together for an outstanding set.
And placings in Class 2 Crossbreds. First was entry 223, Presley Compton. Second in First Kentucky was Kaiser Sutton. Third was Alexis Jones. She was also second Kentucky. Fourth was Bristol Hopkins. Fifth, Rayleigh Dotson. Sixth, Ashlyn Ison. Seventh, Lee Dowell. Eighth, Marissa Maple. Congratulations. Looking for 14 entries, Judge. 14 entries in class number 3. Hogs weigh between 235 and 245 pounds. Following this class, we will be selecting your top 3 lightweight crossbred market hogs.
Class 3, awesome set of barrows to start the class, and there's some give and take between these two. One's stouter, one's more powerful, one's square, and then one's a lot sounder structure, and that's the young lady that's going to start the class right there. I think that's a really high quality barrow. You know, he's got the cool looking pieces to him, but still he's a complete mobile haul that has a high quality look and certainly beat an absolute stud in second. Now this one here, from his upper body shape, is just incredible. His extra power, his mass, his stoutness, it just gets a little bit wide walking there. Don't know if he has to go to the bathroom. Don't know if it's in his hip, but I think that barrow's awfully good. Just like to see him stride out a little sounder to compete with that class winner. A really good one here in third, without a doubt the best third placement we've seen all day. I love his shape and his spread and his power. I'd like to set him back in his blade and knee and just see him hinge a little bit softer and more correctly compared to those two. Kind of at the other end of the spectrum, we've got a really long-bodied, cool-looking one here that comes out next. I'd like to shorten him up in his body length to make him more proportioned. I do love the way he gets out and travels. He just gets so long-bodied, he's not nearly as stout as those hogs ahead of him. Young man in the cowboy hat coming next has got an awfully good barrow. Did a good job showing today, too. And this guy's got up in showmanship pretty high yesterday, and you can see why. That barrow's highly presented. He's really cool in his look. He needs more body. He needs more rib and power to rival those impressive winners.
And placings in class number 3, lightweight crossbred market hogs. First was Addison Arnett. Second was Andrew Stith. Third was Rylan Hager. He was also your first in Kentucky. Fourth was Josie Hopper. Fifth in second Kentucky was Kaiser Sutton. Sixth, Alexis Jones. Seventh, Michaela Pike. Eighth, McKinley Mulholland. Ninth, Nolan Hobbs. 10th, Bristol Hopkins. 11th, Oliver Gripsover. 12th, Emery Burnett. 13th, Mason Rohr. Congratulations. We will now be selecting your top 3 lightweight crossbred market hogs. From class number 1, we have Kendall White. From class number 2, Presley Compton. And from class number 3, Addison Arnett.
Let's put our hands together for an outstanding way to start off the crossbred show. And again, the pigs out here are just outstanding in terms of quality and depth. And there's some really good barrows that went 5, 6, and 7 in that other class. Maybe you could tweak their soundness just a little bit and squareness. But when you get to this level and they're square, they're sound, they're functional, and you take all the extras you can get, that's kind of what I like. I like the productive body type of that one. I like the cool extreme piece of this one. I like the added muscle of that barrow. But one that puts everything together. He looks like a show barrow. He's wide enough. He's stout. He's sound. He's productive enough in his look and still looks like a high-quality show barrow. To me, it's not close in this division. Young lady from the third class is champion.
And your champion lightweight comes from number 3, entry 200, Addison Arnett. Congratulations.
We dropped that second place barrow out, and again, we live in a world of ideals, and ideally he could be a little bit sounder in his structure, but that's one extreme, powerful, heavy muscled, stout kind of a hog. If he's just a little bit longer in his stride, he really pushes that winner. To me, he's still the second best one. Young man right here's got reserve.
And your reserve lightweight crossbred, entry 338, Andrew Stith. Congratulations.
For third overall, gets a little bit closer. We dropped that third place out. I like some things about that barrow. Like I talked, like to set him back in his shoulder and square him out of his hock, but from the side, he's really stout and powerful. Young lady here, if we call that one sound enough on his front end, he's an elite animal. I'd like to just pick him up in his front feet just a little bit. For me, I still like his added squareness, his soundness, his looseness from behind. Young lady over there in the corner is going to be third overall.
And your third overall lightweight crossbred, entry 223, Presley Compton. Congratulations. We will now be selecting your top 2 Kentucky proud lightweight crossbred market hogs.
for champion of Kentucky Proud. I think there's one that's really powerful. Like I said, we critiqued him a little bit, got in a real tough class, but let's give this young man a nice congratulations. And we dropped that one in. Nice barrel to talk about. But again, there's two white ones out here that resemble each other very, very well. And one's a notch stouter, one's a notch heavier constructed. That's the young lady. She's going to be reserved.
Your champion, Kentucky Proud, is entry 252, Rylan Hager, and your reserve, entry 353, Kendall White. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for all of our lightweight crossbred market hog exhibitors. Landon Smith, your class is coming in. Landon Smith. Get your tail to the ring. Entering the ring is class number 4, middleweight crossbred market hogs. Judge, these 13 entries weigh between 246 and 256 pounds. We need class 5. Class 5, make your way to the makeup ring.
Really good top trio of barrows in this class, and for me, there's one that starts and does so very handily, and that's the young man here in the purple shirt. I think that barrow's moderate. He's stout, he's longer than he is taller in all the right places, and still puts his build together correctly. He's a moderate, stout, heavy muscled, square built. When he gets out and travels, he's fresh. Everything kind of fits, and that one for me wins the class very logically. A close second and third here, and make a decision there. I think there's more chest, more spread, more genuine width. Honestly, and you see that barrow with his top shape there. He's got water running down his top and catching there in his top line. He's got so much bulk. For me, he's not as mobile. He's not as big-bodied. He's not as sound as that barrow that starts, but a very, very high-quality barrow to be in second. Kind of a unique animal from the side here in third, and honestly, I like to see him get out and go and travel more appropriately from behind. He's a little flatter in his upper body compared to those top two. He is the flattest. He is the narrowest up top, and he's not quite as bulky there. On top of that, he's not as sound as they are, but again, love that barrow, what he represents for quality. Just wish he had a notch more power. The barrow that comes next in fourth does counter that. That's a shapely one that has more natural spread and power. You step in behind him, he's bolder ribbed, he's heavier muscled. He wants to push out in his hot, get upright in his shoulder, gets a little bit tilted there in his shoulder blade, but just not as quite as high quality as those barrows ahead of him. I like this barrow a great deal that comes next. I told the young man I just wish he had more foot, bone, and ankle to get him any higher, but that's a high quality barrow that has a neat look. Just need to see him stouter compared to those horses that start the class.
Placings in Class 4, middleweights. First was Holland Hobbs. Second was Josie Hopper. Third in First Kentucky was Nash Wonderlick. Fourth was Lily Smith. Fifth was Landon Smith. Sixth, Oakley Hopkins. Seventh, Scotty Rainwater. Eighth, Oakley Hopkins. Ninth and Second Kentucky was Court Flock. 10th was Elizabeth Lanter. 11th, Piper Fell. 12th, Addison Hinton. 13th, Carson Probst. Congratulations. Looking for 10 entries in Class 5, Judge. These hogs weigh between 257 and 260 pounds. We need Class 6. Class 6, make your way to the makeup ring. Following Class 6, we'll select your top 3 middleweights.
Great way to start off this class. Two very, very good animals, and honestly, we'd like to trade one's feature for one mobility here and then just swap that on him. But I still think there's one you land on that looks like he's here to win the class and presented well. Very fault-free and nice kind of bear. Young lady here is going to start the class, and certainly like to say him just have a little bit more muzzle, a little more feature, but still he's big body, he's bold sprung, he's square, everything kind of fits. I think he's a little bit more just useful in the way he uses the hind leg compared to that barrel in second. He's also taller at the top of his shoulder, cleaner at the base of his neck, and honestly he's square as he comes right to me. I think this barrel's got more genuine shape, and he's a heavier constructed kind of a hog. I wish his head would come out of his shoulder just a little bit higher and see him a little bit more comfortable from behind, particularly on that right leg. His left leg usually works pretty good. That right leg at times gets pretty spotty. That's a very, very good top pair of barrows in this class. In third, I think is a blue gilt that has a neat look about her. Love the shape she has out of her blade. Just gets too stilty, too hyperextended from behind, but she is one of the higher quality hogs in class. A really big-bodied, bold-sprung, easy kind of moving hog that comes next. Simply has to be stronger-footed and heavier bone to rival the impressive top trio in this class. Really shapely kind of a hog that comes next. Love his mug and his feature. Lots of durability there in the upper part of his skeleton. Like to see him a little square, a little cleaner in his lower joints, but again, a very good barrow in this class.
And placings in class number 5. First was Bristol Hopkins. Second and first Kentucky was Mitchell Webster. Third, Andrew Stith. Fourth and second Kentucky was Ruby Atchison. Fifth, Oliver Gripsover. Sixth, Angel Ray Bates. Seventh, Emma Hogan. Eighth, Ella Stone. Ninth, Evan Cotton. Congratulations. Hitting the ring now is Class 6, looking for 13 entries. Judge, these hogs weigh between 261 and 269 pounds. Following this class, we'll be selecting your top 3 middleweight crossbreds.
very outstanding class here. Top 4 or 5 are really, really good, and in the top pair, there's some give and take, but still, I think there's one that needs to win just in terms of feature, stoutness, proportionality, skin and hair is on point. Everything kind of fits. We could maybe tweak him in his groundwork just a little bit, but again, pretty critical on a very good barrel to start, and that's a young lady here in the orange. She's going to be your class winner. In second's a really good hog, and honestly, I wish I'd set him back in his blade and just see him a little bit more, comfortable in his front foot step. He does set down with flex and reach, although it gets a little long there. He's not quite as opened up there down low. I'd like to see that barrel have more bone and feature. Maybe pull his belly up just a little bit to make him balance a little more correctly, but that's 2 really good hogs to start the class. In third and fourth are no slouches. The barrel or the pair of gilts that come out next. This is a kind of wild looking one. Really shapely, lots of power and stoutness. I didn't see her quite as long in her stride. I didn't see her quite as comfortable in her overall movement, but her skull, her muscle, her power, everything says she's here to win the show. Just has to go better to get up there. I kind of like this one here in fourth a great deal just in terms of body shape and capacity. She got a little straight there in her hind leg movement, not quite as long in her stride, and honestly, she's the shortest hipped out of the top 4. Again, very good gilt to be in fourth. In fifth is one I do like a great deal. I told this young man, hey, you just kind of ran into a tough class. His body length, proportions, and squareness is usually top end kind of stuff. Just in this class, he's the short coupled one. He's the one that can't move quite as well. And to be more frank, I guess he just needs to be leaner all the way through to get up any higher.
And placings in class number 6, middleweight crossbred market hogs. First was Mally Sipes. Second and first Kentucky was Kendall White. Third and second Kentucky was also Kendall White. Fourth, Emery Burnett. Fifth, Mally Sipes. Sixth, Colton Fitzpatrick. Seventh, Lakeland Shoemaker. Eighth, Lindsey Dotson. Ninth, Nolan Hobbs. 10th, Hayden Atcher. 11th, Aaliyah Hardesty. 12th, Jackson Cohorst. 13th, Addison Hinton. Congratulations. We're now selecting your top 3 middleweight crossbred market hogs. From class number 4, entry 263, Holland Hobbs. From class number 5, entry 274, Bristol Hopkins. And from class 6, entry 328, Mally Sipes. We need class 7. Class 7, make your way to the makeup ring. Class 7.
Let's put our hands together for a great division out here. And, the suspense, you can kind of feel it building in those classes. And, these hogs are very, very good. And talking about just individually here, the young lady here in front of me got a really kind of built for speed kind of hog. Could get a little bit more shapely right behind the shoulder there compared to a couple others. I like to maybe stouten his face just a little bit in terms of ideals, but that's a very good athletic hog that's square built and very, very problem free. Young lady here in front of me with a really kind of neat looking hog, good shape up top, really fresh in his skin and hair and doing a very good job in terms of getting him stuck like the other 2 as well. I like to maybe fix him down low and just square him down to the ground. And really when he goes away is my biggest thing with him. I'd like to see him square out of his hock and down to the surface. The young man's barrel here is a moderate kind of power hog with great feature. His length of bone and cannon matches his upper body shape and spread. That's kind of a unit here in the middleweights. That's your champion.
And your champion middleweight is entry 263, Holland Hobbs. Congratulations, Holland. That'll bring in Josie Hopper in contention for reserve.
dropping that second. I liked him a great deal in class, and honestly, just like to see him just a little bit longer in his stride and see him a little stouter in his front foot. But his spread and shape and squareness is very, very good. To me, it becomes another pair out here, and certainly young ladies got a really good barrow here. And we talked about this one just being a little stouter, just need more stoutness and feature. I think there's one that's fresh. He's square. He's powerful. We could tweak him a little bit at the ground. That's still a really high quality barrow. Young lady right here's got reserve.
And your reserve champion middleweight is injury 328, Mally Sipes. That'll bring in Kendall White in contention for third overall.
We bring that one in for third overall, and I like this one a great deal. Just a really good hog, big-bodied, bold-sprung, stout. We could fix him in his front foot placement. I still think that's a really good one. That one's third overall.
And your third overall middleweight, entry 350, Kendall White. That will also be your automatic Kentucky champion middleweight.
We bring these in for reserve Kentucky Proud, and there's a pair of them I really like in terms of how they're built, slick from the side, cool looking. I wish one of them had more just shape and power behind his blade. I wish the other one could stride a little longer. And then there's one that does both of those things, and that's a young man right here. He's reserve Kentucky Proud.
And your reserve champion, Kentucky Proud, is entry 348, Mitchell Webster from Class 5. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for all of our middleweight crossbred market hog exhibitors. Entering the ring now will be Class 7 heavyweight crossbred market hogs. Class 7 looking for 12 entries. Judge, these hogs weigh between 270 and 275 pounds. Swing the gates, entering the ring is Class 7, 12 entries judge, hogs weighing between 270 and 275 pounds. We need Class 8, make your way to the makeup ring.
A really hard class to dissect, and sorry for taking a little more time, but it's really important to me, and I'm sure it's important to those families and their friends to make sure I get them in the correct order I think is fair, and want to give everybody a good look, and that's why I took a little more time on down the line to make sure I got them where I wanted them. And again, outstanding top end of this class, and two hogs that rise to the top very, very logically for me. The more complete barrow that handles his hind leg more appropriately, is longer in his stride, and still really fresh on the top side of his skeleton. That's the young lady's blue-eyed barrow. That's a really nice hog to start. Sure, we'd like to square him up a little bit going away, but I don't think the barrow in second improves him there. This barrow here is just a little more comfortable, longer in his stride, and just a really nice barrow to start. A powered up kind of hog that comes next in second. Love his mug and his muzzle, his shape out of the back of his blade, his power from behind. But with that, he gets a jab in those back legs pretty good. Really can't pick his hind leg up out of the shaving. So again, I love that barrow. Just have to see him sounder and square as he goes directly away. A young lady has one here that's just oh so close. I mean, if this hog's hock was brought in just a little bit, that is a really short-backed, good-looking, square-built one that balances very, very well. The problem is he gets a sway in his hip out, he gets his hind legs outside of his skeleton, but that is a very, very unique animal to be in third. And four is one I like just in terms of Mr. Basics here. Sound, square, good-looking, has a nice shape up top, really good from behind, just simply has to have more bone and feature to rival those powerful animals here in the top end of this class. Young man did a great job showing himself up into fifth here. I think if skin and hair is a little bit better on this one, he maybe even takes over to third, but that barrow has so many good things about him. Just needs more bone, needs more just hair on his body to make him balance a little bit more appropriately.
Placings in class number 7. First was Presley Compton. Second in First Kentucky was Mally Sipes. Third in Second Kentucky was Rayleigh Dotson. Fourth, Wyatt Moore. Fifth, Tanner Eisen. Sixth, Allie Arnold. Seventh, Brianna Smith. Eighth, Carter Gear. Ninth, Lila Mann. 10th, Macy Becraft. 11th, Kinley French. 12th, Emily Hinton. Congratulations. Looking for 14 entries in Class 8 judge. These hogs weigh between 276 and 282 pounds. Following this class, we need Class 9. Class 9, make your way to the makeup ring. Jack Shepard, your class is in the ring. You need to be in the ring immediately. Jack Shepard. If you have a scratch, please make sure that you let one of the officials know.
Without a doubt, the most challenging crossbred class I've had to put together today, and it was struggling just a little bit down there to which preference I had because they're all so good from the profile. They're all so good up top and just some minor things down low. But again, I thought we landed on two really good animals out here in the middle of the ring in this particular class. If squareness is a wash, the second place one's going to win. It's not a wash. This one's slightly square down low. Love the shape up top. Really stout from behind. Gets a little rounder just in his head and his neck. A little coarser made, but that hog could bring his hind leg in just a little bit more, and then he becomes an easy class winner. Same thing for the gilt in second. From the profile, she's deadly. She's longer hips. She's stouter faced. She's better built from the side. I think that's a higher quality animal from the profile. The problem is when I step into her, she's narrower up front through her chest. She twists a little bit down low, and my biggest thing is when I leave her or see her leave directly away, she gets a little bit out there in her hock and maybe twists and turns a little bit from behind. From the side, and up top, this one kind of built like an airplane, really cool headed. I love that just balance and look there. When you step in behind her, she's out in her hock. She's in there down low and twist. She just has to be sounder and squarer from behind to get up any higher in this competitive class. This kid needs a big round of applause because he showed himself into fourth. And I tell you what, I told him, I said, hey, you did a really good job hiding that from me. This barrel's awesome from the side. He's great up front, but when he steps away from you, he gets a little scary. The barrel here in 4 or 5 is one that has a nice look from the side, but just got a little tender out there on us. Young lady's done a good job. Skin and hair is on point. And just to mention a couple, this one has to be squarer and sounder. The next one has to be wider and stouter, but a very good class of heavyweights and a little harder to put together.
And placings in class number 8. First in First Kentucky's Ava Jackson. Second is Preston Zinner. Third in Second Kentucky's Carson Dotson. Fourth, Hayden Atcher. Fifth, Michaela Massey. Sixth, Case Compton. Seventh, Lila Mann. Eighth, Joseph Paul. Ninth, Allie Arnold. 10th, Ruby Atchison. 11th, Scotty Rainwater. 12th, Paisley Bradley. 13th, Maggie Grayson. Congratulations. Looking for 10 entries in Class 9. Judge, these hogs weigh between 283 and 285 pounds. We need Class 10. Class 10, make your way to the makeup ring. Following Class 10, we'll select your top 3 heavyweight crossbred market hogs, and then we will go in and select your top 3 crossbreds.
Pretty straightforward class out here in the heavies. You might talk about third and fourth and just maybe switch that pair if you want to. But again, I thought this pair was pretty good here. And there's one that just kind of he's a view away from being really good. I'd like to just open this pig up through his chest and knee just a little bit. But other than that, that one's bulletproof. Big shape out of his back, really good from his hind leg, and just really strong, really good stride compared to that bear that's going to be in second. He's longer and more flexible in his rear stride. He's more shapely up top. I love that hog's head and feature. I wish we could just open him up just a little bit, but that's an awfully good heavyweight bear. And second's one I like from his hip forward. Good shape, good power, really wide up through his chest, and good going away. I like the extra bone and power he has directly away. I'd like to see him flex and reach more from behind. 3 and 4 different than the offer. Initially I had 4 beating 3, but I think that 3 is just square built, heavier constructed, got more blade, more feature, and just more overall volume. There's no doubt about it. The barrel here in fourth has more top shape, but gets a little more fragile down low, not quite as opened up through his chest, gets a little bit beaky in his front face, or front cheek there a little bit as well. I think this hog's neat looking from the side, and I told him I just wish we could balance this hog up, give him more shape. He's a long striding hog and very, very sound, but he should be of the top 5. He's by far the lightest muscled, but again, a very good class in this heavyweight division.
Placings in class number 9. First was Lila Mann. Second was Chance Hager. Third, Elena Jones. Fourth, Alexis Jones. Fifth, Holland Hobbs. Sixth, Carter Cohorst. Seventh and first Kentucky was Ava Toomey. Eighth, Zoe Ingram. Ninth, Blaine Smith. Congratulations. Entering the ring is class 10, looking for 9 entries, all weighing around 285. We need all of our champion, reserve, and third overall crossbreds to make their way to the ring. All champion, reserve, and third overall crossbreds. Following that, we will be parading and evaluating the champion, reserve, and third overall Kentucky Prouds. So those Kentucky Proud Hogs, you need to be on standby.
again, the old judging coach comes out at me, and this top four would be a great judging class to discuss and just kind of highlight some points. To me, it's non-negotiable. The stout, powerful wins the class. The mug, the power, the flex, the reach, and still looks fresh enough at this weight. You know, I'd like to clean his skin and hair up a little bit there. The paint maybe throws it off, but I still think that's the one that puts the most positive together. And for a hog that size and that kind of power, he moves very, very good. And second's one that's not quite as big at the ground. He's not as stout in his form or blade. He's not nearly as powerful as he leaves you, but that hog is really square. He's very, very shapely. I think he's a shot bigger in his body, a little bit bolder in his forerib, but again, just not as much hog there. And third's one I like just in terms of having some basics to him in a class where hind leg flexibility and look gets you a long ways. This guy gets up into third, and certainly that barrel could be adjusted in his shoulder and set him back and see him have more natural turn, but I think that barrel does have some muscle. He's got a huge hip in him. I just like to see him sounder and stouter to rival that top pair. The kind of blue marked one here that comes next is just kind of a basic hog. Sure, we'd like to make him sounder, but that's why he's in fourth. The hog that comes next is one that has a neat head and neck about him. I do like some things about him. I'd like to see him just cleaner in his overall composition. Gets a little bit fat and short-legged out here compared to some of the other ones, but I do like that hog just in terms of his basics and body. Young lady here has got a nice barrel. Just need to have more body, more bone, and more bulk down low compared to the upper body shape that he has.
Placings in class number 10, first in First Kentucky was Ava Jackson. Second was Mally Sipes. Third was Holland Hobbs. Fourth, Ruby Atchison. Fifth, Nash Wonderlick. Sixth, Alexis Jones. Seventh, Macy Becraft. Eighth and second Kentucky was Emily Hinton. Ninth, Sarah Barron. Congratulations. We're now showing for your champion reserve and third overall heavyweight crossbreds. From class number 7, Presley Compton. From class number 8, Ava Jackson. And from class number 9, Lila Mann. And then class 10, Ava Jackson.
If you would, folks, let's put our hands together for another outstanding set of showmen, families, and the hard work it goes into getting to this point. It's not easy getting out there, no matter where you're at in the country. There's always one or two you got to turn, and then there's the freaks that show up you don't know about, and that's kind of our scenario at our state fair. There's always one that comes out of the woodworks you just don't really expect, and still the ones you got to always compete against all summer kind of make their way to the top. And to me, it comes down to two barrows out here. One has a view I'd like to change. The other one has a little bit of a different paint job on him. But I tell you what, I look at this a little bit differently as somebody. If the paint job's not perfect, that kid's still trying hard and trying to get there to get their family in the backdrop. I still think this one's by far the best one in this division. That young lady out of the last class is your champion.
And your champion heavyweight crossbred market hog is entry number 288, Ava Jackson. That will also be your champion Kentucky Proud.
We drop that second place in, and then there's some real discussion for reserve. And, you know, I talked about this in class. This barrel just has to be wider through his chest, and it's lights out, game over. You know, that one could push the champion pretty hard, and you ask yourself, is there enough there? I just don't know if there is or not, but I love that pig from the shoulder back and the extra power and shape he has. This hog here, you know, I talked about in class, kind of a big-bodied hog that has some spring to him. Good from behind. Surely like to make him just a little bit stouter down low. I'm going to take a minute here and go out and look at him one more time and get a reserve champion.
Your reserve heavyweight, entry 329, Mally Sipes. Congratulations. That'll bring in Mr. Holland Hobbs.
You know, it got a little tougher out here, and really the heavyweights were a little harder to piece together compared to maybe some of the other divisions. But again, you got powerful hogs out here that have a lot of good things about them. There's one I keep coming back to. I just love him from the side. He's so good going away. And honestly, like I've said before, if we could just make him stouter in his chest, it's lights out, game over. I still like him third best. That's that young lady right here.
Congratulations. Your third overall heavyweight is entry 302, Lila Mann. We will now be showing for your reserve heavyweight crossbred Kentucky Proud. We need all of those champion, reserve, and third overall crossbred division winners to be in the loading pens.
For reserve Kentucky Proud, there was a hog I liked in class that maybe tightened up just a little bit and pushed some of the other ones pretty hard. He looks better than he did the first time out here now. This young man right here has got reserve.
And your reserve Kentucky Proud is entry 325 from Class 7, Mally Sipes. Congratulations. We need all of those Kentucky Proud champion reserves and thirds to come to the loading pens, please. Disregard, we do not need those Kentucky thirds. We just need the champions and reserves. Ladies and gentlemen, now entering the ring, we will be selecting your champion reserve and third overall crossbreds at the 2025 Kentucky State Fair Market Hog Show. Your lightweight, entry 200 from class number 3, Addison Arnett. Your middleweight from class number 4, entry 263, Holland Hobbs. And your heavyweight, entry 288, Ava Jackson. Folks, put your hands together for all of our crossbred market hog exhibitors.
It's been an honor to be here this week in Kentucky while my wife's at home trying to breed sows and keep everything running. And then we get home right away tomorrow and I run to my brother's wedding to be the best man there. So we'll have about 5 hours to get everything done before I get going. So it's been a pretty busy week for us. But I will tell you, it's been an honor to be here. It's been a pleasure to be here. I think these crossbreds represent their weights very, very well. I think there's some really neat things to talk about them. The lightweight, just so unique from the profile, stout in his face and still good in his angles. Would like to maybe open him a little bit on both ends of his skeleton and give him a shot more turn. But I think that's a really high quality bear to represent that division. The middleweight's a real stout, square made one that's got the right kind of proportions in chest, floor, and body and stoutness. And I think he handled that division very well. Just a really powerful kind of hog. Heavyweight again, touched on him, stout, powerful, represents the heavyweights really good. When I'm trying to select for market animals at our house and show and all that stuff and the kind that I like, the kind of rib cage and power and the build that we're known for, the extra stoutness and feature. Like I said before, he's longer than he is taller in all the right places. That middleweight's champion.
And your grand champion crossbred market hog, entry 263 from your middleweights. That's Holland Hobbs. Congratulations. That'll bring in Mally Sipes in contention for reserve.
For reserve, we drop in that reserve middleweight and talked about him in class. I like to maybe tweak him a little bit at the ground and going away. I like his look and his balance from the profile. I like I said, just like to square him up a little bit in his skeleton. For me, there's one that puts a lot of good things together. We make him a nickel stouter and a little bit heavier. He pushes that champion. That lightweight's a reserve.
And your reserve champion is your lightweight, entry 200, Addison Arnett. Congratulations. That'll bring in Andrew in contention for third overall.
Like I said before, that reserve really pushed that champion, and he's really honestly everything I'm looking for if he's sound enough. And that's where you kind of wonder if you draw the line, is he sound enough? Does he have to go to the bathroom? I don't really know. I know he's got a huge cage. He's stout in his face and his mug, and we could just see that one a little bit sounder. It's lights out. To me, he's sound enough. That's third overall.
And your third overall crossbred is your reserve lightweight, entry 338, Andrew Stith. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for all of our crossbred market hog exhibitors.
for champion Kentucky bred. Let's put our hands together for the great Kentucky breeders here to represent their state. And certainly a lot of good hogs out here. There's one I really liked, and pick his front feet up just a little bit and shorten his dew claws. That one's really good. The young lady in the blue's got champion Kentucky bred.
And your champion Kentucky Proud is entry 350, Kendall White. Congratulations.
As we drop that one back out, like I said, I talked to him in class, and that hog got considerably better the next time around. This one's just a little bit shorter in his stride. Don't know if he's quite putting those legs down right. I think he gets close to. We talk about this barrow, just extra power and stoutness he has. He's pretty fresh as well. And then we go back to the heavyweight that's just kind of moving a little bit slower out here, and he should be because he's a lot stouter and bigger. But again, weighing totals here, I think it gets really close. Young man's lightweight's going to be reserved.
And your reserve champion Crossbred is entry 252, Rylan Hager. Congratulations. Entering the ring, we will be evaluating your Kentucky Proud market hogs. We're going to be bringing in those champion Kentucky Proud breeds first. And then after that, we will parade in the reserves. It has been brought to my attention they will be announcing the champion and reserves at the final championship drive tonight at 5:30. Those champion breeds are your Berkshire, Mr. Court Flock, your Chester, Allie Arnold, your Duroc, Brooke Montgomery, your Hamp, Daniel Laurent, your Hereford, Mackenzie Howard, the Landrace, Colton Fitzpatrick, champion Spot, Ruby Atchison, the Tamworth, Harper Triplet, the Yorkshire, Alexis Jones, and the Crossbred, Kendall White. Folks, it takes a lot of work, and there's a lot of good breeders here in our state. Put your hands together for them and the opportunity to get to exhibit Kentucky Proud market hogs here at the State Fair. And now your reserve breed Kentucky Proud market hogs. Your Berkshire, Lila Mann. Your Chester, Savannah Moore. Your Duroc, Kendall White. Your Hampshire, Amelia Gripsover. Your Hereford and Landrace, Mr. Colton Fitzpatrick. Your Spot, Brooke Montgomery. The Tamworth, Hayden Atcher. Your Yorkshire, Landon Hack. And your Crossbred, Rylan Hager. Put your hands together for all of those reserve breed champions. While he takes a look in evaluating those, we'd like to thank our judge once again, Mr. Nathan Ray. Nathan is from Osco, Illinois. He's a former tenured professor of animal science where he coached both junior and senior collegiate livestock judging teams, developing future leaders in the field. His own competitive success includes being a two-time high individual at the National Bear Show and a two-time All-American livestock judge. Nathan earned his associate's degree from Black Hawk East, his bachelor's from Texas A&M, and his master's from Angelo State University. Alongside his wife Libby and children Olivia, Isabella, Brianna, Tatum, and Hank, he operates Ray Farms, managing a diverse operation of around 40 cows, 60 sows, and 15 boars. And it's been a pleasure to have Mr. Ray with us this week. Let's put our hands together for allowing Nathan to spend some time with us this week.
It's been a great show. Let's put our hands together one more time for all the help, the ring staff. If you never put on one of these shows, it's a lot to put on. And again, appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's what we do for a family income and living, and the kids are always in the Farrell house. My wife lives in there, and they do a lot of work at home. But it takes an army to get one ready. It takes an army to get one right, and it's just an awesome honor to be out here. Folks, I can't announce who your champion is, but let's hear it one more time for these kids. We'll see you in the grand drive tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Thank you to all of you for exhibiting at the State Fair. Those results from tonight, or from the Kentucky Proud Drive, will be tonight at the Championship Drive. We hope to see all of you there starting at 5:30 in Broadbent Arena. If you have a loved one who can't make it to the drive, ringsidelive.co will be there. There'll be live streaming tonight's event, so make sure they have the link for that. As well as Next Level Imaging will be there at the Championship Drive to take pictures of all of those precious moments to make sure that you get to see those. If you're around ringside still, can we give a big round of applause for all of the help in the ring, in the makeup area, getting those hogs loaded, getting them on the scale.